New game. They even hit new game? Okay, there.
Yeehaw!
Oh, should be on. Sherlock Holmes' daughter?
Ow!
Oh, there it is.
Ah! What's this? No. Bow bow. Boop boop. La la la. Ah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, look! It's a book! Maybe it's a book about pirates with a treasure map. No, I don't think so. I wish that I had seen through all your lies. Oh, start from the beginning, not the middle. And so I decided to pick up my pen to relate the most disturbing episode of my life thus far.
It all began early one morning in 1898, when Sherlock Holmes invited me to accompany him on a visit to the Marquis of Conyngham.
Dang it, man.
Watson, my dear fellow, we can now go and inform the Marquis that we have found the Samoan necklace, and very much faster than Inspector Baines, too, which pleases me.
Elaine, bestie, what's
Have
going
you really
on?
solved the theft, Holmes?
How's it going,
And
bestie?
so quickly?
I have indeed, Watson, and believe me, it was completely unnecessary to spread out all over London, as
How
our
you
friend
doing?
Baines thought was best. He likes to boast that his methods are equal to mine, but once again the outcome has contradicted him.
Been
After
very
all
busy,
these years of
gotcha.
accompanying
Hopefully
you
you're,
on your investigations, I
hopefully
thought that by
school's
now
going
I should
good
be
for you.
reasonably capable of following your train of thought. But in this
Also,
particular
tomorrow
case, I
night
must
should
admit that
be-
I don't understand anything at all.
we should be losing
You
an
see,
hour of
but you
sleep.
do not observe, Watson. There lies the difference. It is a matter of course.
Midnight.
A matter of course, in the middle of the night, when everyone is fast asleep, the service bell within that room rings out and alerts the servants. They dress quickly and come running, but the door is locked.
This game
and
was
there
on
is
the
a strong
PS.
smell of burning from within. A few seconds
Doing
later,
good.
the
Just
master of
got the
house
test coming
himself,
up. Gotcha.
the robbed Marchioness's husband,
Buddy up.
the Marquis of Conyngham, arrives and unlocks the door.
But thanks for
using
stopping
the
in,
sole
dude.
key.
Appreciate it.
A fire has started inside the room, but they have managed to arrive in
Worried
time
about
to
you.
put it out. It is at that moment that the Marquis realizes that the famous Samoan necklace, which had been safe within its glass cabinet only a few hours earlier, has now disappeared.
In order to explain, let us confirm my theory before the arrival of Inspector Baines.
bookcase.
This window was cut with a diamond. A clean,
I've been busy, so I
discreet
couldn't
piece of
stop.
work. This
Stop
is
by
where
on
the
now.
necklace was.
I got free
See
time,
how
so
tiny the hole is, and not
Boys.
one fingerprint
finally got
on the
me
window.
a Xbox after years of saying I get it, but oh, you never did. Oh, you got an Xbox One?
A mark undoubtedly made by a diamond. Someone tried to cut the glass, but he was interrupted.
Therefore, the thief tried to escape through the window, but he was interrupted.
All the windows are locked. They've not been forced.
They say show you. The photo. No, near the piano, some music scores are on the floor. Activate an item by pressing your inventory or directly in the game. But
Let us examine the crumpled scores that have fallen off the piano.
handprint.
These sooty prints were left by a tiny hand.
I don't understand why these music scores are covered with soot.
What you got for Christmas? Nice. What games do you got? Elaine, yes, Elaine is here, and Nerd is here. The games. What up, you giga nerd? Nerd. But I'd like to. To make the character move faster. By pressing L2, you unlocks Sixth Sense. Give you a hint not to.
A candle. It must have fallen from the chandelier.
Candle.
Not very well kept, this aquarium. I can see a dead fish floating on the surface.
Probably upgrading to an i7 mini desktop. Noise. That's actually not bad. CPU. I've been good just busy with school stuff. I've eaten well too, diner.
These documents are not very interesting, even though they're addressed to the Minister of Maritime Affairs.
The Marquis himself.
The chest wasn't opened. The necklace wasn't in it.
The fire started here, just beneath the bell pull.
Whoever pulled the cord would have had his feet in the fire, unless it was pulled before the fire started.
Hard to navigate though. Gotta like. Oof. Yeah, because you got to turn. Like I'm a Pokemon. Like the Pokemon trainers from the older games. Like they would face you and then they would go in the direction, like one direction, and then down. They spot you. Kind of feels like that. I'll crave the RAM and storage later, but big desktop. Gotcha. Turned over Promeline.
Strange. There are some objects here that have been knocked over. Heading towards his chosen escape route, probably the window, the thief knocked over the stool, which then caught fire.
But why didn't he try to put the fire out at once? Footprints. You are not going to get on your knees to examine them.
There is no need. It is soot. The servants must have trodden in it while they were putting out the fire.
This draft screen makes an ideal hiding place.
As the theft was committed at night, I conclude that the thief hid himself behind the draft screen and waited until he was alone in the room. Strange, there aren't any prints, yet I'm sure that the thief hid here. All the windows are locked. They've not been forced.
When the servants arrived at the door, having been alerted by the bell, they saw evidence of the theft and the fire, but they didn't see the thief.
This door is very hard to force. The Marquis is the only person to have the key. The thief could not get out through here until eventually, when the door was opened by the servants.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, you're already here.
Good morning.
Hopefully the
Inspector.
game's not too
You've
loud.
arrived just in time.
Scotland Yard arrives like the cavalry, always in the nick of time. Ah, but I know that satisfied expression, Mr. Holmes. Have you already solved the case?
It's possible.
We have retraced the thief's rather unusual footsteps.
Seems a little quiet.
He is a true acrobat. But what I cannot understand is that when the servants entered the room, there was no one to be seen. An acrobat, perhaps, but an invisible one? I do not think so.
The only explanation
about that?
is that the thief escaped before the servants arrived. I don't know how, but there is no other way.
Half a point for the doctor, nil for the inspector.
I am pleased to see that you find the situation amusing, Mr. Holmes. Very well then, explain.
Dr. Watson was correct when he mentioned acrobatics, but he is mistaken about the nature of the acrobat. As for you, Baines, you're quite incorrect, as the thief was in the room when the servants entered.
Explain, for heaven's sake, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, how could a thief be missed in the middle of 8 men?
I don't know.
Welcome back,
Because
Elaine.
he is very small? Stop teasing us, Holmes.
Exactly, because he is small, small and remarkably agile,
You're thinking of a monkey?
and a trained monkey at that, without a doubt, a Leontopithecus rosalia from Central America. The animal had been hidden inside the room for several hours, calmly awaiting the signal from his master. Once night had fallen and the room was empty, a high-frequency whistle alerted the monkey that it was time to begin the procedure for which he had been trained. The monkey emerged from his hiding place and used the point of a diamond to open the glass cabinet and steal the necklace. He headed across to the window by the chimney, but knocked over the stool, which in turn knocked aside the fire guard and started the fire. The frightened monkey jumped from the chimney by swinging from the bell pull, thus alerting the house servants. He then went to the window and began to use his diamond to cut a hole, but was interrupted by the staff trying to gain entry via the door, and he panicked again. He ran across the piano, scattering the music scores onto the floor before hiding inside the chandelier, knocking over a candle. Finally, the servants and the Marquis entered the room, leaving the door open while they put out the fire. It was during the confusion that our agile little thief
You missed
made
Flick
his
Community
escape
Day
through
today.
the doorway. As simple as that.
A brilliant explanation. Bravo, Holmes.
Oh, on a
The
Pogo?
necklace?
I can see it from here, my friends. It's right in front of us.
We have searched the room from top to bottom, Holmes. How were we unable to find it?
Because we paid insufficient attention to the only victim of this affair.
What victim?
I got the
No one is
got the
dead.
Pokemon
Yes,
TCG.
Watson.
I got
The
Pokemon
poor
Pocket
goldfish,
TCG.
whose destiny was to
Almako.
die, crushed by one of the most precious necklaces in England.
The aquarium is just beneath the chandelier. I understand.
The little monkey had likely hung the necklace around its neck and lost it when he leapt from the chandelier. The jewels fell into the aquarium, where they remain now.
Community Day was 2 hours ago, in which I was doing homework.
Marquis, here is your necklace.
Element.
Intact. Just a little wet.
Mr. Holmes, this brilliant demonstration does credit to your reputation.
Thank you so much, Marquis. Do you wish to verify the authenticity of your jewel?
No, I recognize it. I have spent many hours admiring it, you know.
Good. I will return it to its box and...
Inspector, a bank has just been held up. You must follow me at once. Orders of Scotland Yard.
What times?
Sirs, duty calls. My regards, Marquis. And well done again, Mr. Holmes.
There, the necklace is in its box. We've lost enough time here. Let's go home, Watson.
Ah, very well, as you wish. A good day to you, Marquis.
With
Oh, you
pleasure,
play? Oh,
gentlemen.
you barely play
And
on
once
it.
again,
Gotcha.
thank you.
This morning's newspaper. Holmes, have you read this article about you?
No, Watson, not yet, and I won't have time to.
Read it before you leave. It's outrageous.
If you insist.
Sherlock Holmes at the home of the mark of on Guillaume. The investigation, a fiasco yesterday. The celebrated detective Sherlock Holmes was invited to the manor of the Marquis of Congium to supply his conclusion following his investigation the disappearance of the princeless Psalm necklace. No, the Samoan necklace. It should be recalled that the lady called in the detective after the police appeared foremost in the face of the astonishing circumstances surrounding the valuable piece of jewelry disappeared while the door to the room in which it was displayed was locked. The alarm was raised by the servants, alerted by the room service bell ringing out. During the night, when the Marquis, the only person in possession of the key, opened the door, everyone rushed in to extinguish a fire that had started before it was noticed that the necklace had mysteriously vanished. The most astonishing factor is that no thief was found within the room and all the exits were closed. As usual, Mr. Holmes resolved the case in the twinkling a twinkling of an eye, and the jewel was recovered. I will not waste my time on the various explanations as the disappearance because I would prefer to draw your attention, dear readers, to the last surprising developments in the case. Following the departure of Sherlock Holmes, placed the necklace in the safe himself. The Marquis noticed that the jewel was nothing but a poor copy of the original. Let it not be forgotten that the Samoan necklace, although plain and without ornament, is unique because of the rarity of its pearls. Pearls which are found only in a small part of the lagoon of the archipelago of the same name, and to which scientists attribute their exponential quality to the strong density of crystal of aragonite that they are made of. The priceless barely. Actually, I've been playing TCG a lot. Brought here as the beginning of the century by Lord Fenton Arkwick, grandfather and adamant explorer. Could have been part of her daughter's dowry for her marriage to the Duke of Newcastle. So I'm going to place a simple question. Should we not, in all open-mindedness, ask ourselves if the necklace was not simply and deliberately exchanged for fake by Mr. himself? Am I aware, dear readers, that the totality of this question without any preconceptions may certainly shock some of you. But the facts are there, and our thoughts and judgment should not be confused with the regard which we all share for the famous detective. Not the first time that the Globe Explorer has expressed its reservations as to Sherlock Holmes. Do not forget our counter investigation, the escape of the Arsène Lupin, the Frenchman who took alien pleasure in tarnishing the image of our royal family, and who, by lucky chance, managed to elude capture by Mr. At the time, we did not hesitate to consider a tacit publicity of the part of the letter, no, a part of the latter. For those who are familiar with Wait, apparent that his character traits show more of the opportunist and brilliant super than that of altruistic defender of the law. I would draw the attention of our readers to the suggestion that the description of this gentleman provided by his friend Dr. John Watson through his stories is a long way from the indeed. His behavior is decisive, contemptuous, haughty, and offensive toward the police, and in particular towards Inspector Baines, replacing Inspector Lestrade, who is currently convulsant and a habitual abuser of narcotics such as heroin and cocaine. why important to disregard Sherlock Holmes' good reputation in order to form a objective opinion. Ask the pertinent question: was the necklace that Holmes found already a fake? If that was the case, why did he not mention it? Why should he insist on placing it back with him? As a detective, some savory interest in this affair, or is it a simple case of uh, a deceit in order to steal the extraordinary um necklace? Is it up to you, dear readers, to form your own opinions? But you can count upon your humble servant to continue revealing to the public the doubtful methods and motivations of one who, in the future, I shall not hesitate to call Sherlock Holmes the usurper. To be continued. So farly. Ancestry of Prince Woodville reconciled. The Lord Committee set up in order to verify Prince Woodfield's legitimacy made its conclusion public last night. Without surprise, Prince's title was confirmed as rumors suggested. In return of an unfavorable opinion by the committee, the prince would have abandoned any claim to the inheritance of the present royal family, as well as any political activity. Young man, now aged 28, read history and law at Oxford with a diploma in philosophy. Spent most of his childhood and acquired a considerable knowledge of the culinary arts. Those who might think this is a handicap when interrogating into British high society, let me remind you that he is also outstanding on the polo field and plays the bagpipes quite beautifully. Finally, we should add that lately he has become actively involved in charity work and aiding the poor. Thank you for the looking.
Prince Woodville, French culinary expert and bagpipe player, might be our next king. That's not so shocking, my dear fellow.
You know exactly to which article I'm referring, Holmes. How can
He
Farley
was
dare
referring
to
to the last
tarnish a
article?
reputation like that?
You know, Watson, that wherever glory walks, jealousy is bound to follow. As
Here,
for
I
the
gotta
forgery of
pull
the
up my
necklace, I
app.
suspect that we shall soon be enlightened in this regard. Come in, Inspector Baines. The door's open.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. How did you know I was here?
You are one of our rare visitors who avoids the second-to-last step of the stairs, which creaks dreadfully. And if I add the clinking of the handcuffs at your belt, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, Inspector?
Have you read that, Rag?
Yeah. Oh, slam. Alright. I'll send it to you. Alright, I sent to you on in a DM. Can't even open our pack. Got 6 hours though. And throw us some.
Inspector, can you explain this slander? Has the necklace of the Samoas really been replaced by a fake?
I don't know how the reporter got hold of the information, but it's true. About the necklace, of course. I wouldn't permit myself to question the integrity and honesty of Mr.
Where's
Holmes.
Inspector
The necklace
Legrand?
is a forgery? Impossible! I saw the Marquis authenticated before my very eyes, before Holmes returned it to its place.
Mr. Holmes, the Marquis believes Osmond Farley's theory. I shouldn't be surprised if the reporter isn't behind all this slander about you. He's a freelancer, well known for his explosive and subjective articles. In any case, the Marquis assures us that you were the last person to have the necklace in your hands.
Let's return to the Marquis's house, Holmes.
Or
I'm
I'll
sure that we'll
accept
have
it
no
on,
trouble in taking apart this theory.
It is unnecessary.
I'll accept
Such
it.
allegations
Make
collapse
it
on
off
their
screen.
own, like one of Mrs. Hudson's souffles. Let us leave the police to
Nerd.
solve this problem and turn our attention to the matters in hand.
Perhaps you are right, Holmes.
Press decline.
Inspector, I assume that you have the fake necklace with you. It's why you're here. Your superiors would like me to examine it.
Indeed. They would like you to confirm or deny putting this fake in the box.
Can't that wait? I must go to the house
Movie
of
night
Lord
soon?
Peregrine Maitland,
Maybe.
the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
Wanna watch?
And the Marchioness?
She is beside herself. Without the necklace, her marriage is compromised. It is the principal item of the young woman's dowry.
What a lovely marriage. Holmes, forgive me for insisting, but
That's
don't
stars
you
now,
want to
too.
examine the fake jewelry?
Watson, I have an appointment, and it's out of the question that I arrive late.
It will only take you a couple of minutes. You really must quell the suspicions put forward in this appalling article. If you will allow me, Inspector.
Be my guest.
Very well.
My next day off? Tuesday.
These 3 pearls are of poor quality. This pearl is a different color. This pearl is too small. It is not in its place here. Too many defects. This necklace is a fake. This is nothing but a vulgar copy, and at a glance it would appear that the forger has intended for it to be seen as such.
How could we have been fooled by such a blatant imitation? I don't understand.
Yes, how is it possible? Holmes, do you have a theory about this?
Or
I have absolutely no idea.
They
You
remo-
insisted that I examine the necklace, and I have done
Gotcha.
so. Now it is important that I keep my appointment. I'm sure, Inspector, that you will throw some light on this affair.
You could definitely figure out something.
Holmes.
You may accompany me, Watson, if you care to do so.
Goodbye, gentlemen. I'll keep you informed as to my inquiries.
Goodbye, Inspector. You mentioned a bishop, didn't you? Are we going to his home?
Yes, the
Can see
Bishop
his
of
n-
Knightsbridge. I
is
put
the
his address on
madman
a map of London on my desk. Would you
is
get it for
collected
me,
over-
please?
All
Hey,
right,
Clara.
Holmes.
Yeesh. Complete madman. Watson has 6 cents.
Here is where I write my stories about Holmes's cases. And I've got work to do.
He's gonna write about it. That's not spares me, but yeah, I got the I've been opening up Palkia packs. I got the full art. The animation one. Pack. Nope. Of the animation.
Holmes's homemade analyzer. The work table, where Holmes analyzes things. I have found your map.
It's bridge. I gotta go there. Okay.
The police? Already? How did you know?
May we see the Bishop of Knightsbridge?
Yes. Yes, of course. But come in.
What has happened, Reverend?
What?
I don't know. It was last night, I think. I only just arrived, and I have made this macabre discovery. My God. How horrible. I haven't called anyone. How did you know that?
Holmes, look!
The Bishop, appallingly mutilated.
How dreadful.
Mutilated. And killed.
Like that.
He was such a good man. How could anyone be so brutal? Look at him. He's
Poor
barely
soul.
recognizable now. How could any of God's children be responsible for that?
They were evidently unworthy children, Reverend. Now do please try to calm yourself and focus, because we will need your assistance. Do you have any idea as to the motive behind this?
I haven't had time to do an inventory, but nothing appears to have been stolen. And anyway, His Excellency didn't own anything of great value. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Note this down, please, Doctor.
Doctor? But you aren't the police?
No, Reverend. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We are here at the request of the Bishop.
In that case, I must ask you to leave. And not to touch anything. I must get in touch with the authorities without further delay.
Reverend, when the inspectors of Scotland Yard find themselves at a dead end, which they quite often do, I assure you, then they turn to me for help. If you will allow us to continue our investigation, then you shall have the answers to all of your questions.
Out of the question! I don't even know you! I'm going to call the police, whether you like it or not.
It would be better for everyone, Reverend, if you kept your temper. Watson, are you taking notes? This affair promises to be a complex one. Therefore, we must not overlook the slightest detail.
Yes, Holmes. I am keeping a meticulous set of notes. I have created a very clever deduction board. One thing we can be sure of at the moment is that this crime was not for gain. The Reverend has informed us that nothing valuable was stolen. And indeed, it would seem that the Bishop had nothing of any worth to take.
Very good, Watson. Do continue.
Make the right deductions based on. Can't read that fast. Bishop didn't own anything of value, not even in his safe. Hey, sir. God. Ew! Who's tortured?
The fingers have been crushed and violently struck.
Man was tortured. Oh.
The fingers have been crushed and violently struck.
His stomach is covered in scratches. Quite evidently, they weren't made recently.
So, these wounds were not made by his murderers. His forearms have been ripped. Pieces of skin have been torn off. What do you think, Watson?
I'd say that he was eaten alive. Yet I've noticed a curious degeneration of the skin tissue around the wounds.
Got mauled.
A piece of rope that was used to tie up that poor man.
The bottom part.
You can see by his expression that he suffered terribly.
His mouth is covered in blood, and I can make out strips of skin between his teeth. My dear friend, everything points to this man having gnawed at his own forearms.
That's unbelievable, Holmes. His chest has been lacerated, I would say, with a very sharp and fine blade.
God, is that a finger?
These burns are terrible.
His feet have been burned.
My first impression is that he wears a size 9 shoe.
You! But what does it matter, Holmes?
Huh?
A finger. Apparently it doesn't belong to the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
How dreadful. This poor man was tied just below the knees.
To stop him from walking, certainly, but mostly to free his feet.
My God, Holmes, this man was horribly tortured.
I said, dang.
Something is missing here.
Oh, yes? And what might that be?
His shoes. Watson, his shoes are missing.
What is you?
A broken file and blood near the neck.
What a strange smell. Chemical components, I think. A broken bottle of whiskey. However, the Bishop of Knightsbridge was known for his sobriety.
A bottle of whiskey. I can make out fingerprints stained with blood and dirt.
It would seem that the brutes who tortured the bishop to death were intoxicated with alcohol.
So you say.
There is blood on this paperweight. This paperweight was used to crush the victim's fingers.
Dang. Yeesh.
This stove is filled to overflowing.
A whip?
No, it is a discipline for self-flagellation. This metal rod is for fastening the chilies. It's a cilice designed to bruise the person wearing it. The bishop wore it as repentance. This very pious man must have had the habit of mortifying his flesh as a means of repentance.
Yeah. Those inflicting wounds on his chest and stuff is him doing it?
The picture of Peregrine Maitland, commander of the infantry brigade of Her Majesty's Guards at Waterloo.
The Bishop of Knightsbridge has the same name as his ancestor, an illustrious family.
Reverend, I'm missing something, an implement with which to open this chest. Could you tell me where to find it?
No, go to the devil.
What are you afraid of, Reverend? What is inside the chest?
I'm not afraid of anything. In fact, I do have the necessary implements, but if I have to give them to anyone, it will be to a representative of the law and no one else.
This door has not been forced. Where does it lead, Reverend?
To His Excellency's room. There is just a mattress and a stool.
The bishop's bedroom. It is very austere. Nothing in particular here. Closed. The veranda door hasn't been forced. Strange. Reverend, might I have the key?
No! You have no authority here. Let me call the police.
Perhaps we should listen to him, Holmes.
Perhaps you should let me get on with this, Watson. Watch where you're putting your feet, Watson. Have you noticed these prints upon the ground?
Well, yes, those muddy marks.
See here, Watson. Footprints can often provide more vital information than the very best of informants.
Yes, if you know how to make them talk, that is.
It's child's play, Watson. We will begin by excluding the contaminating prints, which are yours and mine from where we came in, and those of our dear Reverend who was so impatient to call the police. I need something. Size 9.5. Size 9.5. Size 9. Nothing of interest here. Size 9. Size 9. Nothing of interest here. This print came from an expensive pair of shoes, and it seems recent. It is not a laborer's shoe. A fragment of stone. Peculiar. Well-worn shoes with an odd pattern on the soles. Well-worn shoes with an odd pattern on the soles. Hobnail boots like those worn by laborers. Hobnail boots like those worn by laborers. That's not right. Start again.
Four?
That's not right. Start again. I need something.
What did the footprints reveal? One man joined those who were already in the... Oh, so it was one?
That's not right. Start again. That's not right. That's not right. Start again.
Five? Can't be five.
That's not right. Start again.
Tried four.
That's not right. Start again. Size 9.
Guys.
Size 9. Size 9.5. Size 9.5. Size 9. Hobnail boots like those worn by laborers. This print came from an expensive pair of shoes, and it seems recent. It is not a laborer's shoe.
Guess that's Sherlock Holmes's blueprint. That's a
That's not right. Start again. That's not right. Start again.
ten. 9.
That's not right. Start. That's not right. That's not right. Start again.
What haven't I said?
That's not right. Start again.
5.
That's not right. That's not right. Perfect. We now know that there were 3 crooks.
I didn't try 3 yet. Okay, 3 criminals. All men left the room jumping on one. One man was carried to man left the room different.
Strange but true. One of the crooks was wearing a different pair of shoes when he left here. Therefore, we have 3 men who came in and left again. But one of them was wearing
At least
a
I got that
different
right.
pair of shoes from the
Like
ones
somebody
which
wore
he
the
came in.
other man's
So,
shoe.
all we have to do is look for a workman who likes Italian shoes. A surgical scalpel covered in blood. There isn't any doubt. The wounds on the bishop were administered with this scalpel.
Let us look at our deduction board, Watson.
One of the murderers left in different shoes. The bishop's shoes are missing. One of the murderers is a member of the clergy. One of the members is left wearing the bishop's shoes. One of the murderers sells shoes. The murderers are. I think that's a good deduction. The victim was regularly tortured. Yes. The murderers were unable to open. Bishop was edifyingly. Mortifying himself. Used to Bishop punishes him as too severe. The First came here to kill the bishop. The bishop. Oh. Just you.
Perfect. It is evident that the Bishop of Knightsbridge's killers were after something specific, and that they did not find it. Reverend, I shall ask you
I was
one
about
more
to say,
time.
it's like, eh.
Open the chest. The item they were seeking must still be inside. It is unlikely that they will let this matter rest. They will most certainly return to finish what they started.
And I'm telling you once more, the chest is locked and shall remain so.
Very well. We have reached an impasse. You are a stubborn man, Reverend. Watson, accompany our friend to the police station and return with Inspector Baines. Baines and no one else. I shall wait for you here. Go. Alone at last. Now I can continue my investigation. I need something. Alone at last. Now I can continue my investigation. I need something. Impossible to open it. I need something. I need something. I need something. Alone at last.
Hey, what's going on, Jude? What's up, nerd?
This stove is filled to overflowing. A bottle of whiskey. There is blood on this paperweight.
Oh man.
This lock should be easy to pick. Let's see. This lock should be easy to pick. Let's see.
Got to go bad. Ew, I got a severed finger. Okay. Available, what? Elementary? Seems you share my love of all that is bizarre. Recover the necklace. Well done. Guess these are the lockpicker that you are a force to reckon with.
I need. This lock should be easy to pick. Let's see. That's not right. Start. That's not right.
I gotta.
That's not right. That's not right. Start again.
Wait, I gotta go like this, right?
That's not right. Start again. That's not right. Start again. That's not right.
I go down.
That's not right. That's not right. Start again. That's not right. Start again. That's not right. Start again.
How can you tell when you got it?
That's not right. That's not right. Start again. That's not right. Start again.
Oh, I'm stupid. Wow. I just seen.
That's not right. Start again. That's not right. That's not right.
A puzzle.
That's not right.
Got to. Then the second one down. Oh, then the I like that.
That's not right.
Did it straight.
There we are. It is simplicity
Okay, I
itself.
got it now. I got it now.
There isn't anything much in this room. It must be used as a reading or meditation room.
God, that was rocket science, huh? Felt like rocket science. What's this on the?
An ink
I'm a
stain.
great detective.
An ink stain.
Covered up ink stain.
This inkwell was tipped over recently. Apparently, someone wanted to hide this statue. This horse resembles a large chess piece.
Oh,
There
trying
is
to
a
figure
message
out that
underneath this statue.
that lock
Let's see.
that lock chest is hard for me. I can't figure out a lock pick. What a lack of imagination and user passion. Yes, the last square on which the knight will place himself after having covered all the others will be the right one. Love you. This is the blue.
This message was written by a woman, but for whom was it intended? Interesting, this chess game. An ink stain, quite fresh. This stain is just on the edge of the rug. Let's see. There is nothing on the floor, yet the ink must have soaked through the rug. The ink stain on the floor comes from the ink on the rug, but they are not in the same place. Someone has moved the rug recently. That is curious. There is something strange on the floor. Certain stones have been marked out, just like a chessboard. That is curious. There is something strange on the floor. Certain stones have been marked out, just like a chessboard. I need something.
I think I gotta I think I gotta make all the marks green. I can only move facing diagonal.
That's not right. Start again.
Like every single one green. But using a knight. Wow.
That's not right.
I blocked myself. I'm bad at shit. I was actually on a team in high school. Technically, I can only go. Now I did.
That's not right.
Dang it.
Start again.
3 left. Oh my god, there's one way of doing this. Where I'm at. Maybe I don't do the sides first, I do. And maybe I just go.
That's not right. Start again.
Good lord, man. 4 this time. Hopefully this might work.
That's not right. Start again.
2. I think I already missed.
That's not right.
Yeah, I can skip the puzzle, can. But do I want to? Keep on trying at least.
That's not right. Start again.
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna move. If I move there. Yeah, either way, like, I'm stuck.
That's not right. Start again.
Either way, it's gonna be stuck, like, right here. I already know it's stuck. Hard. Got the right idea of doing it.
That's not right. Start again.
Move here. Stuck me.
That's not right. Start again.
Wait, I think I got it. Oh my god, I figured it out. Big brain.
This last piece should be the good one.
Big brain.
It will have to be pulled free. I need something.
Alright, Reverend's Hidden Letters. 24th April, my love. What a beautiful spring. What a marvelous day, our dear youngest child's birthday. Every moment is so precious as our child blooms, and without a doubt, he will soon be talking. I'm sure that his first words will be for you. He misses you so much, as do I. Are you sure you cannot get away on Sunday after Vespers? I thought that. 14th of September, darling, I know that you think I'm insistent. What's going on, Pablo? But we absolutely must legitimize our union. We cannot live in sin all our lives. But rest assured, my dear, that I understand your position is not easy, but have you thought about ours? The children's and mine? I cannot allow our children's future be compromised. Think about it, my love. What is a so-called scandal next to the well-being of our family? We must become husband and wife legally to finally form a real fam.
A packet of letters addressed to the Reverend. They were written by a woman who mentions his illegitimate children.
Chop chop.
Their affairs
Let's go,
deficient.
Pablo. Chop chop.
Perfect. I have you now, my wayward Reverend.
Do you want to?
Ah, Watson, you were gone a terribly long time, and Inspector Baines isn't with you.
I'm afraid not, Holmes. We were unable to find him.
Dr. Watson would not allow me to contact any inspector other than this Baines. What manners! I am a man of the church.
My dear Reverend, I notice that you are a chess lover. I trust you will excuse me, but I am never able to resist the appeal of a half-finished game.
You are an expert at chess. Very well, then. What do you want now?
As you might have guessed, resolving your small chess problem has allowed me to discover some very interesting letters.
Letters? What do they say?
Reverend, why hide these letters here and run the risk of the bishop finding them?
Holmes, what's in the letters?
Not now, Watson.
Where else could I have hidden them? My own chambers are too austere. They could offer no cover. I knew, however, that His Excellency, may he rest in peace, would not notice my game.
The contents of the Bishop of Knightsbridge's chest interest me greatly. Give me the elements you hold, Reverend.
Out of the question.
Corruption. Blackmail.
With the bishop no more, you are therefore the apostolic director of the diocese, are you not?
Well, yes, but only until someone else is appointed.
I am certain that the Honourable Bishop of York, whom I have the privilege of knowing well enough for him to listen to what I have to say, would recognize your qualities for the post.
If I receive new responsibilities, it will be through my faith and devotion, nothing else.
I am a gentleman, and it would distress me to be obliged to pass this correspondence across to your superiors.
Holmes, I know that the end justifies the means, but allow me to express some reservations about how you are proceeding.
You say you're a gentleman, but I hear nothing but the words of a blackmailer. The stems that you are looking for are scattered about this room. Manage by yourself.
Could have threatened him.
What do you think, Holmes?
I don't know.
You have no right to search here.
I have every right. Sure.
You have won.
Evidently, as I always do. What are you able to tell us about the Bishop of Knightsbridge's last days? Did anyone come to visit him? Did he seem worried, anxious? Do not omit the smallest detail.
His nephew came to see him yesterday at His Excellency's request. I found this visit a little peculiar because the young man rarely visits his uncle.
Do you know why that might be? Were they on bad terms?
I don't think so. It's rather a consequence of his work. The young man is employed within the archive section of the Royal Library, which doesn't leave him with a lot of free time.
Do you know the reason for his summons?
No, but the conversation was very heated. It only lasted for a few minutes and ended with the nephew in a terrible rage.
Interesting.
I've answered your questions. Will you now let me contact the authorities?
I'm afraid not, Reverend. Not just yet. All right, now we can open the safe. Impossible to open it.
How do you do this puzzle? That's a rook. So these are rooks. Question has that simple. Not so simple, yet. Oh, I see. I can't be on the row. Can't be on a row where a nail is. Like, for instance, if I put one, can't be to put every nail on. I know the puzzle. Okay, so that there. I just gotta see. I think there's only one way of doing it. Put it here. Need to put. Can put it there. Can put it there. Wow. Okay. Those are interesting though. This the last one.
Now I can open the chest.
There we go. Got it.
Here we
Cracker.
are. I am eager to discover what remarkable treasure could justify such an act of barbarity.
Extraordinary.
This chest is impenetrable. How is it possible? No one other than the bishop should be able to open it.
You open the chest with disconcerting ease, Holmes.
I've
At
seen
least
and
I
heard
figured out
quite
the puzzle.
enough. This time you won't stop me.
Catch him, Watson.
What the? But why?
Run, Watson. Hurry.
He's escaped. I hope that your motivations are founded, Holmes. I don't much like skirting around the edges of the law like this.
It is annoying. Let's leave without delay.
What have you found in the chest, Holmes? What in there is so precious for these men to commit such terrible acts?
The Reverend was telling the truth. Nothing important was locked inside the chest, apart from a few religious items which are hardly worth stealing.
So, we haven't made any headway. Perhaps the police will
By the time the police arrive, we shall be a long way from here, Watson. We are leaving.
Murders made the bishop drink blood. The murderers made the bishop drink the cask. Murderers tortured bishop. Broken. Okay.
We have crossed London at a breakneck speed. We could have knocked someone over, and naturally I had to pay the cabbie out of my own pocket.
Watson, stop complaining. We have to analyze the clues found at the bishop's house. I can analyze the chemical composition of a substance here.
Ew, look how realistic that is.
Fragments of skin, a phalanx. This finger wasn't cut off, it was ripped off.
Ew.
I haven't finished my analysis. I can see something. I can see something. No, I can't do that. No, I can't. Tooth marks, rather deep ones. I'd say of incisors and a canine. No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
I want to put.
I haven't finished. Tooth marks. No, I can't do that.
Like put acid in.
Black and damp earth under the nail. Interesting.
Bite marks on this severed finger. I am afraid of the significance.
The thieves didn't get what they wanted. When they were faced with the bishop's refusal to cooperate, one of the gang shook his finger at him to indicate that he was responsible for his unfortunate state.
And the poor man, whose head was the only part of him not bound by ropes, bit the finger violently enough to sever it. An uncommonly savage act.
Watson, I am certain that when we have explained the reasons behind this sudden bestiality, we will have revealed a larger part of the mystery. This fragment of stone is very smooth, and it seems to be of a peculiar quality. I shall have to strip it with one of my products. I can see something. No, I can't do that. This stone is granite, covered in black paint. There is something written on this scalpel. I should clean it. No, I can't do that. Ah, I can make out WCCH. What do the initials stand for? How many hospitals are there in the Whitechapel area, Watson?
If we count public dispensaries, Enough to keep us busy for an entire month. Did this scalpel come from a hospital?
Yes, as the initials WCCH engraved upon it show us. We must think on how best to deal with this. We do not have the time to investigate every hospital in Whitechapel. I have cut a small piece off the rope. That should be enough. This rope is only worn on one side. I can't do that. A lot of fragments of black stone are wedged into this rope. Their color seems unnatural, but they are too small for me to examine them. These small stones resemble the pieces found in the footprints at the bishop's house. Granite, painted black. Black and damp earth. This rope is only worn on one side. I can see something. I can't do that. I haven't finished my analysis. I can't do that. This rope, I must compare the samples of earth that I found. I can analyze the chemical composition of a substance here. I must compare the samples of earth that I found. And if I mixed this earth with another substance, I can't do. Now it must all be stirred. The samples of earth taken from beneath the fingernail and from the ropes originate from the same place.
How do you know?
It took just a little water to analyze the consistency. The soil has retained its moisture, even though there hasn't been rain in London for over a week.
This soil could come from the bank of a river, or somewhere where the
What did
evaporation
you
is
use,
slower. A mine, perhaps, or a trench.
The banks of the Thames are clay soil, unlike our samples, so we can rule that out. The nearest mines are 12 miles away, so I would rule that out also. I would therefore conclude your last theory to be nearer the mark.
A trench?
A pit. Watson, bring me your register of the London hospitals.
Studying the scalpel has given you an idea, then?
Indeed.
I'll get it. Hospitals and dispensaries in London. I have found my book, Holmes.
Good. Put it on the work table, will you?
Read the paper, Holmes. I have found my book, Holmes.
Good. Put it on the work table, will you?
Thank you for the lurk, Jude.
Here is the section showing Whitechapel. I made several notations on these pages during our investigation into the Ripper, which might prove useful. All we need to do is to find a hospital or a public dispensary near a location where pits have been dug and black granite has been used.
It's simplicity itself. I haven't finished my analysis.
Alright, the rope is worn only on one side. Rope was manufactured with a worn side. The rope was always used from the same side. The rope was used near the water. Soil is... we're just trying to... oh, tie up. Fragment Comes from the monument painted blank. A painted rock. Fragments from. There's our former pit near and earth, the rope, and the fragment grant grave. Rope and building. We're going. No, it's a. Damp earth brought in by the bishop of. Alright, let's deduct again. The rope was manufactured with a warrant. Rope was always used from the side. The rope was used near water. That's the key. Well. Open the fragment.
I haven't finished my analysis.
Wish you could reset. Fragment comes from a monument. Fragment is from a painted rock. fragment comes from. Okay. This fragment is from rock. Getting this.
I haven't finished my... I haven't finished my analysis.
Okay, so it's mud. Oh no, oh my. What is it?
finished.
Oh man.
I haven't finished. I can analyze the chemical composition of a substance here.
Worn on only on one side. This idea, monster. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Also, I got the other game that you suggested me to get to. That too. I forgot. Starhawk. Yeah, I got Starhawk. Carl! How you doing, Carl? Want to play later? I'll definitely play with you. Well, I gotta get through the story a little bit to access multiplayer. I was hoping to win Huggy's PlayStation card giveaway. Such luck. Oof. Yeah, it was really nice of Huggy to give out that. Big W. Oh, okay.
I am missing some information. I am missing some information. I am missing some information.
Yeah, that definitely would have been awesome if you won it. That's why I entered. I'm gonna enter the. Are you gonna? Oh, you're gonna enter the scene one too. Hopefully you win, buddy. Fingers crossed. A chance to get it on there. Hey though. Wonder what the answer is.
I haven't finished my analysis.
Uh. Took just a little water to. Hasn't been right. Still could have come. The. Ever. The. Hit. It is a pit. Soil came. Yep. That's used to tie the boats. Rotted. Well, it was used at the riverbank. worn out on this. Used for oh yeah. Got Xbox One going, then doing a few $100 ones. Oh yeah, that'd be definitely a fire. Good luck, brother. Need more than luck. You need a miracle. I don't really know.
I haven't finished my analysis.
Let's see. Production. I see you lurking, Aline. Yes, Philip. I gotta do homework. Gotcha. Doing homework right now. Game. Do this up. Back now. Noise. Welcome back, Elaine. What you doing right now? Playing on your new Xbox? Checking with my friend. Discord? Gotcha. ropes. In place. Thieves did not get what they wanted when they were faced with the bishop's refusal to cooperate when it took his finger. I was supposed to. Public. The key.
I am missing. I am miss. 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 I am.
You have to deduct this first. I admit.
I haven't fit.
Do it. Every husband. Samples of earth taken from the ropes. Same plate. Oil could come from the bank of a reverse. For preparation lower. Time perhaps, or banks of the Chinese clay soil, unlike our samples. So we can rule that out. The nearest mines are a dozen miles away. Rule that out. Also, I would therefore conclude your last theory to pit. Watson, bring me. Was locked in. Yes, apart from you, religious items are hardly haven't made any headway. So this guy thinks it's a game. He ran off.
I haven't finished.
He nodded at himself. Bishop win. Those aggressors. Where's me, Bishop Tree? I don't know. Really. I mean, how they tortured him? Find out what happened. We gotta find out this. There was a pit. Rope is put over something in the pit. Body. Monument. Earth, a rope, and a fragment of granite come from the building. On pairs, the earth, the rope, and the fragment. Factory.
Now I can make the
There
right
we go,
decision.
finally. Ease. Alright. Ow, my ear. So, Whitechapel. This is the cemetery?
The public dispensary number 4661.
It's a cemetery.
It's just opposite the
Cemetery.
Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
Yes, Watson. The murderer with the missing finger must work in the cemetery, or at least visit it. He could have taken a rope, one of the type they use to lower the coffins into the graves. The granite is minute particles of tombstone.
And he only had to cross the road to steal a scalpel from the dispensary opposite.
Yep.
I cannot leave now.
Huh.
We must analyze all our clues, Watson. I need something. We must... No. No.
Oh. To analyze the evidence, add. Okay. Add liquid from the test tube. Use all active agents to work out all of its characteristics.
I must analyze the clues. I must analyze the clues.
So I think I gotta make this scene. Oh, this is the fatal.
I must analyze. I must analyze the clues.
Ugh. Last one.
I must analyze the clues.
Oh, I gotta change it now. That right. Opposite. One, two, one.
Poison, and apparently very virulent.
Results of the analysis of the poison administered to the Bishop of Knightsbridge, a substance that provokes a heightened aggression close to madness, death by cardiac arrest.
Poison, discreet, efficient, and only detectable via a thorough post-mortem.
Have you been able to isolate the active components, Holmes?
So the
Not
guy
with
was
any certainty.
mad.
This toxic
he was
substance
poisoned.
surpasses my own knowledge in the field. It is without doubt the work of an expert chemist.
A chemist and a criminal.
As you say, please find my monograph on poisoners of the last 30 years.
And this is how my dear friend and colleague treats his clients' letters. The harpoon that was used to kill Black Peter. A horrible murder. Female anatomy. I should put this book somewhere.
Mhm.
General practitioner. That won't be of any use to me. This bust was used to fool Colonel Moran during the case of the empty house.
Sure that I might further on you found all the items from my past adventures. Source Scotland Yard, Hans Bossman, aka Rat Killer. Determine date of birth. 1839 and Stuttgart. Arrested 05/05/88 in London. Been sentenced to life.
According to these documents, Hans Schielmann, known as the Rat Killer, was considered the greatest specialist in chemical poison in the world.
Is he at liberty?
Happily, no. He has been held in the high-security wing of London's Westgate prison for many years now.
Then he cannot be the one who concocted the poison.
Don't dismiss him too quickly, Watson. According to Scotland Yard, the man is exceptionally intelligent. For the greatest criminals, prison is but a mere obstacle. Let's plan a little visit to see Mr. Schielmann tomorrow.
I cannot leave now.
And Watson. What you got in your Watson?
Let us look at our deduction board, Watson.
Murderers had a poison that caused madness.
Perfect. Well done, Watson. Our board
I didn't need a
is
deduction
finished.
for that. You
It
already deducted
confirms
it.
that the bishop's murderers work for one person, who, amongst other things, possesses a very sophisticated poison. They therefore act for someone more educated than themselves. You remember Wiggins and his gang? The Baker
Apprentice
Street
to
irregulars?
Great mind.
Yes, the
Nothing is
street
little.
urchins,
You completed
whom you
the
employ
first
upon
deduction
occasion,
board.
and Wiggins is their leader.
Yes. Well, I have hired their services
Last time.
again. I have instructed them to find out the address of the bishop's nephew.
I think he's here.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, my young friend, have you found the information for which the good Dr. Watson is going to pay you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, it was easy.
Very well, I understand. Here are a few pennies.
Thanks, Dr. Watson. The man you're looking for lives near Kensington.
Does he live alone?
Yes, but he rents a room for an old lady.
Did she see you?
No, Mr. Holmes. No one saw me.
Perfect. Watson, give our young friend another shilling as a reward for his discretion.
Here we go again. But of course.
I'm falling asleep, Holmes. Aren't you tired?
No, I have an exceptional constitution. I can't remember ever having been fatigued by work. Idleness, on the other hand, exhausts me completely. Go to bed, Watson. The night will be short. We leave at dawn.
Wow, this is a real adventure. It's exciting. I like it better than made-up stories. I want to know what happens next. Keep reading. I'm going to.
Ah, I want to listen to.
My readers must excuse me if I do not describe in full detail here the terrible images which haunted me that night.
I had a sense that something extraordinary would take place, but I was scarcely prepared for the reality of it. Good morning, Holmes. Did you get any rest?
I did not attempt to sleep.
Have you managed to come to any conclusions?
I think that we might follow 3 trails. We can visit Whitechapel, to try to discover the identity of the murderers by making inquiries at Dispensary 4661 and at the Whitechapel Street Cemetery.
The poison trail seems more important to me. We should perhaps go to Westgate Prison first to see Hans Schielman.
Yes, and let us not forget the bishop's irascible nephew, whose address we now have, thanks to my Baker Street irregulars. I have located each place on our map of London.
Holmes, let me remind you that we still have not been officially instructed to investigate this affair.
Ah, well, we will just have to hide that small detail. Westgate Prison.
Guess I'll go to Westgate Prison.
Here we are at the famous Westgate Prison, one of the oldest and surest in the kingdom.
I've heard that it is soon going to be demolished. Don't you find it strange that it still houses criminals as dangerous as Hans Schielman?
There's nothing strange about it, Watson. The name of this prison is linked with numerous failed escape attempts. As long as it stands, the criminals will fear it.
Good morning, gentlemen. Are you expected?
No, but we wish to meet with one of your prisoners, Hans Schielman.
I'm afraid that at the moment that is impossible. Access to the cells is controlled strictly. You can't go there without permission from the director.
Then would you be so good as to announce us? I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson.
The famous Holmes and Watson. What an honour. My name is Brighton. Frank Brighton. I'm afraid I can't announce you. I'm not allowed to leave my post, under any circumstances. But I'm sure that the director won't refuse to see you, even without an appointment. Do you see the corridor behind the reception? Follow it to the secretary's office. You'll find him there.
Thank you, Warden Brighton. One last thing. Hans Schielman received any visits lately?
None. And I'm sure because I've dealt with receiving visitors for several weeks now. I volunteered because it's a calm post to be in. We don't get many visitors and it gives me time to write. Just like you, Dr. Watson. I enjoy literature and the...
Very good. Thank you.
That was very impolite, Holmes. That man admires our work. You could have given him...
Another time. Let's go and meet the director of the prison. Cleaning materials, otherwise known as a broom cupboard. Nothing of interest here.
Mister.
Staff cloakroom. Let us go to the secretary's office. Good morning, miss.
Oh, excuse me, I dropped off. Good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We would like to talk to the director.
I'll just go and see if he can receive you.
Tiredness, pale face, stiffness. I believe that the young lady is expecting a happy event.
It would seem so. This small rack is for urgent letters to be given immediately to the director.
This charming secretary is Miss Jenny Patterson. Hot tea. What should we do next, Holmes?
Girl.
The director's office, Mr. P. Patterson. No need to go in there. Strange. The director and the secretary have the same name.
Ah, they're married.
I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I am Paul Patterson, director of this establishment. You wish to talk to me? I hope this unexpected visit isn't to announce bad news.
No, do not worry. We are investigating an affair of the highest importance, one which could potentially affect the security of the kingdom. Therefore, it is imperative that we interview one of your prisoners, Hans Schielmann.
Hans, the rat killer? He's been in here for a long while now, and he's had no contact with the outside. How could he be involved in such an affair?
That is what we would like to find out.
And you have been commissioned by Scotland Yard?
Evidently.
Very well. I have complete confidence in you, Mr. Holmes. I will draw up a pass that you should give to Warden James in the guardroom. He will show you to the cells.
Thank you, Director.
Keep me informed of your progress. And if there is anything else, don't hesitate to let me know.
We shall certainly do so.
Miss Patterson, you have the same name as the director. Are you related?
Come, Watson. Anyone who might have made the slightest study of anthropology would have noted the similarities between the young lady and her father.
Mr. Holmes is right, I am his daughter, but he doesn't like to talk about it. I think he's afraid of being accused of favoritism.
I'm sure it was your qualities alone which secured you this position, miss.
If you must try out your powers of seduction, then what do you say about using them on the rat killer? Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
The locker room. This is where the prisoners' things are kept.
Closed.
Dozing off.
Sorry, sirs. I'm on duty. I can't help you.
Leads to the high security area, where the most dangerous prisoners are locked up. Closed.
Yeah, I gotta go to blue security.
This is the entrance to the ordinary prisoner's cell. There's no point in going there.
Oh, I gotta go.
Sorry, but this area is prohibited without a pass. Please leave.
Gotta get it.
It is about the exit door. It is about the exit door.
Let's go to the high security area, Holmes.
Closed.
Sorry, but this area is prohibited without a pass.
I already have the pass. You already gave me authorization. Doing that.
The director's office, Mr. P.
Huh?
Patterson. No need to
That's
go in
glitch.
there.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Hot tea.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, but this area is prohibited without a pass.
Oh, I gotta pass. Do my turn.
Ah, you've got a pass for the high security area. It's the door at the end. Go
Have
ahead.
it.
Closed. It is about the signing in book. This information board is almost empty. Strange, in view of the activity in the prison.
My name is Peter James, Chief Warden, and this is Deputy Warden O'Sullivan.
I imagine I will find Hans Schielman behind these bars in the basement.
Yes, the high security cells are down there.
Is this the only access?
Yes, there was a second door at the end of the main hall, but it's been blocked up as a security measure.
Thank you, Chief Warden.
At your service. If you require further information, Warden Mackenzie will help you. He's at his post in the basement.
Mr. Holmes, I am a huge admirer of yours. I have followed all your cases and successes with the greatest interest.
What enthusiasm. Have you ever thought of a career in the police force?
Have I thought about it? It's my dream. I'm going to try my chance once this establishment closes down. I'm studying hard for the examination to get into police school.
Tell me about the prisoners, Warden James.
We only have a few. As you might be aware, the days of this place are numbered. Therefore, we no longer receive new prisoners. Those who are already here are among the most dangerous in London. We have 3 at the moment. Hans the Rat Killer and the Flint Brothers.
The Flint Brothers?
Yes, 2 rather simple-minded maniacs who detest one another despite their relation. They massacred their parents and decapitated their neighbors. It took more than 9 policemen to overpower them.
There isn't any information on the notice board. Should there be notes about duties?
Yes, there should be, but Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guard's assignments for this week yet. It's not like her. Usually she does it first thing in the morning. Without these instructions, the guard in the basement won't be changed. I would go and get them, but I don't want the director to catch me there. He's very strict. He doesn't like us wandering around when we're on duty. And it will get his daughter in trouble. He's not being very pleasant with her at the moment. I don't want to make things worse.
How does not having the information about guard duty stop you from ensuring the watch in the basement?
Because of the system of opening the doors, Mr. Holmes. As you can see, they are equipped with a mechanical timer which answers to a code. When the timer stops, that is to say at the end of each watch, the doors block automatically and the code is reset. It is therefore impossible to open the doors without the new code.
And who has the code?
Only the guard who takes the new watch. He's the only one who can open the envelope that it's kept in. He learns it by heart and destroys the message.
Very clever. But let's look at the limits of this procedure. One false note, and the system falls apart.
See you later, Mr. Holmes.
The guards must spend long hours here.
It is the guard's guest book, perhaps for distinguished guests. These weapons are obviously ready to use in case of emergency. It is potassium nitrate, isn't it?
Yes. Saltpeter or whatever.
Guess I could tell her about the probably not, but it was.
Anything else, gentlemen?
This device must be the alarm.
Here's the famous high-security area.
Warden Mackenzie, at your service, sir.
Good morning, Warden. I have a pass which allows me to speak with prisoner Hunts.
Very well. It is the cell at the end to your left. I'd advise you to walk in the middle of the corridor.
Hans Schielman, I require some information from you.
So, who do we have here? The celebrated Sherlock Holmes himself. Do you know that for all the time I have spent rotting in here, you are my first but only visitor? I think this is cause for celebration. A confrontation between two geniuses, two extraordinary minds.
I am afraid that you are not quite as great a chemist as you believe you are, Mr. Schielman. I will not say that you never were. No, it was certainly true once. But you see, while you are whiling away your days in here, it appears that someone on the outside is at the point of surpassing you, if that is not already the case.
Yes, I heard about that. A chemical poison that eats away at the flesh and provokes hysteria. I recognize talent when I see it, but it's only a matter of time before I win back my laurels, believe me.
What can you tell me?
That depends on what you can bring to me.
What do you want?
Do you know why I am treated so harshly? For my meals, I am given nothing but a hunk of bread. And even then, not just any sort.
Get to the point.
Never interrupt me! Where was I? Oh yes, the bread. Did you know that with a little rye yeast, a pinch of moss, certain cockroach secretions, just enough light and damp, with a few other ingredients that I will keep quiet about, I succeeded in poisoning half the staff here. Unfortunately, a little something was omitted, which would have made the results fatal. Instead, it merely caused acute attacks of stress and powerful hallucinations. Even so, I got a great laugh out of watching them cry like babies when they saw their most primitive fears materializing before them.
You are a monster, Mr. Schielman.
Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment.
But of course it was! You others, you ordinary, narrow-minded people, you are afraid of anything that you cannot comprehend. You call me a monster because what you find impossible to face is just the slightest fraction of my genius. If by monster you mean someone who is nothing like you, then it is a compliment.
What do you need?
Very little. Just something to write with. You see, my brain races like an engine with too many thoughts. I see them crackle and explode into thousands of formulae right in front of me. What a torture not to be able to write them down. What a hell to see them vanish just as quickly as they appear to me. Just bring me something that I can write with.
That's all. That seems an easy enough request to fulfill.
But listen, I don't want the vulgar inkwell and the pigeon's feather. No, I need material fit for my talent. I want my ink pen. Bring it to me, and I will be happy to pass on to you a little of my knowledge of modern chemistry.
Where is it?
It was confiscated upon my arrival here. I suppose it might be in my locker, in the locker room. Leave me now, and don't come back without my ink pen. See you soon, Mr. Holmes.
Hey, brother. Lucky for you that they caught you before I rearranged your dirty little rat's face. You've been lucky, little brother. Otherwise, your goose would have been cooked.
Warden Mackenzie, at your service, sir.
I'm glad to have been of service, Mr. Holmes.
Can you tell me where I might find the locker?
In the corridor that leads to the director's office. That's where the prisoners' civilian stuff is held. But seeing the length of their sentences, they've little chance of ever getting it back.
Can you open the locker room for us? We would like to inspect Shieldman's personal items.
No, Mr. Holmes. I'm not responsible for that. You will find the keys in the Secretary's office.
See you later, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, back to the Secretary's office.
Miss, may we borrow the keys to the locker room?
You'll need authorization from the director to open that door. If you wait a moment, then I will inform him.
We will wait, thank you.
Anything new, Mr. Holmes? Is your investigation advancing? Mr. Holmes, have you been able to get what you wanted from our lodger?
Not yet. We must first cast light upon a crucial point, and for that we require your help again.
What can I do?
We need to examine Shieldman's civilian clothing.
Very well, but be extremely careful.
What do you mean?
In that madman's compartment, you will find a strange little coded case which refused point blank to open when he was incarcerated. We did try to force it, but without success.
Didn't you ask the experts?
Of course we did. Experts from Scotland Yard came to examine it, where they came to the conclusion that it was better that the case remained shut than tamper with it too much.
I see. They were afraid that some poison or other might escape if it was opened.
Exactly. Bear in mind that this man is an evil genius, a master poisoner, and that his poisons are never ordinary. Here's the key to the locker room. I give you the authorization to open it.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Miss Patterson, the guards are still waiting for you to put up the duty list. Do it as soon as possible. Without it, the changing of the guard cannot take place. Or had you forgotten?
Dry your tears, miss. I'm certain that your father didn't mean to hurt you.
Mr. Watson, I can't put up the duty list. And when he finds out, he'll be furious.
Why can't you?
It's in my locker. in the cloakroom, and I've lost the key.
Your aunt.
Say no more, Holmes. As you keep repeating, time is against us. Let's go and look at the things in the rat killer's locker.
The locker room.
Closed. Here is the locker of our friend, Hans, the mad scientist.
Oh, what a jump!
This solid box must hold a precious object. Let us see.
As the catastrophe came to be known, the alarm from mouth to mouth was blown. And the cry rang out. Last attempt. Good heavens! The tie bridge is blown down in a passenger. Edinburgh, which filled all the people's hearts with sorrow and made them to turn. Because none of the passengers were safe. To tell the tale how the battery that happened on the last to
A poem in Hans's handwriting. Blotting paper.
So this
Blotting paper. No, I can't do that. No, I can't. No, I can't. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. That's not right. Start again.
These are elements, right?
A poem. A paper knife. Blotting. A paper knife.
Oh, what?
Blotting. This. No, I can't. No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Blotting paper. Blotting paper. Blotting paper. No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. Nothing of interest here. No, I can't. I can't do that. I can't do that.
What should we do next, Holmes?
That sounds funny.
Closed. Cleaning materials, otherwise known as a broom cupboard. Nothing of interest here.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Closed.
Sounds like forget his name. Is like no.
Closed. Staff cloakroom. Closed.
Oh man. What if I found the key for her? I don't know.
But what could I have done with the keys?
Is this like a side quest now, or to find keys to?
Sorry, sirs. I'm on duty.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes, you can't go into the basement for the moment.
For what reason?
The door has locked itself automatically. You must enter a new security code.
Do it then.
Miss Patterson hasn't put up the guard duty list yet. Without that information, we don't know who's authorised to take note of the new code.
So Mackenzie is locked in the high security zone.
Yes, but don't worry about him. He's trained for this sort of dysfunction.
Why not ask the director to take note of the code and open the door?
He isn't allowed to, and I doubt that he would run the risk of going against the orders of the administration centre. Anyway, the bars in the high security section are joined to the
Yo,
alarm
Papa
system,
with
which is
10
in there.
months. Let's go.
We only need to sound it to unblock.
Thanks for being a member for
You see,
10
we
months,
can't do
bro.
that now.
We'll try to find the duty list, Warden James.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Nerd. Almost a year two. Dang. Crazy.
See you soon, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, now I gotta go back. Maybe. I don't know what I'm doing.
But
Where would you leave the keys?
Hot tea.
Still hot. Been sitting there for like hours.
This is the entrance. It is about the...
Sorry, sirs.
Closed.
How am I supposed to figure this out?
Oh, what a jumble.
Blotting paper.
That's blotting paper.
A paper knife. This solid box must hold a precious object. Let us see.
Chemicals.
blotting paper. I can't do that. Nike.
My God.
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Like he's saying, nah, I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
I can't do that. I can't do that. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. Nothing of interest here. That's not right.
What about
Start
I got
again.
that? So I see CA. AL. I think it's every P. PH. Yes.
This. This. This.
There's okay, I think there's A L. L for a long. is that I?
No, it is unnecessary.
Blackmail. I have to decipher the poem.
A poem in Hans's handwriting.
And it corresponds with the element. Well, in this case, chemicals. The cipher.
A poem in Hans's handwriting.
I guess like the darkened letters are indicators. Well, I would say the table of contents. It's been a while since I did element.
Perfect.
That was so easy.
What is written on that note, Holmes?
Later, Watson, later. We can give Hans his pen.
Wow.
Blotting paper.
But we did. Honestly, I was probably going to be forever on.
Closed.
What a bunch of incompetents. Oh, if I was as unprofessional as that, there would be murderers running all over the town.
What's the matter? Are you a patient of Dr. Watson?
Very amusing.
I was going on about the dry cleaners in Westgate Street. They've just delivered my ceremonial uniform in the middle of my duty, when I've told them 1,000 times not to bring it until after 6 in the evening.
A ceremonial uniform? You've been promoted?
No, and that's not about to happen. No, I've been invited to a wedding. I mean, I hope to be. I'm in trouble. If the director sees that I've left my post, I'll be sacked without pay.
Give it to me, Warden Brighton. I'll take care of it for you.
Really? Thanks a lot. Here's the key to the cloakroom and that of my locker. I'm really grateful, Mr. Holmes.
What have you got in mind, Holmes? You're not doing this out of kindness, are you?
No, out of curiosity. We will be able to access the cloakroom with these keys. Staff cloakroom. Here is Brighton's locker. Here is Brighton's locker. Miss Patterson's locker. Miss Patterson's locker.
Actually tell her, I guess, to get her stuff out. Or get her key, I guess.
But what could I have done with the keys?
Closed. Closed.
What should we do next, Holmes?
We can give Hans his pen.
No, we can't.
Closed.
No, we can't.
See you soon, Mr. Holmes.
I can't do that. This device must be the alarm.
Sound the alarm. I need help.
Locked. I can feel a draft. This must be the access to the inside yard. Staff cloakroom.
I guess I got the key.
But what could I have done with the keys? But
Oh, I gotta open it. Right door. Baking soda.
Bicarbonate of soda. Brighton must have an upset stomach, caused by stress without a doubt. The name on the key is Jenny Patterson. That is interesting.
Ah, so he stole it.
Miss Patterson's locker. Let us examine Miss Patterson's locker.
The lock on this box is rather sophisticated.
Incredible. Is Jenny hiding something? It's really very
I
clever.
needed to cheat for
Little
that.
Jenny is astonishing.
Needed to cheat for that one. Jenny Patterson's Frank Brighton, single heart with souls and all left. Ooh, an affair.
A locket, sealing the relation between Jenny and Warden Brighton. Decidedly, this boy is not a great poet.
My Jenny, let's get married. Never mind the consequences. Your father will have to accept the fact that you are in love. Think about a baby. Don't forget that. I love you. 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 I even written you a poem. Jenny Patterson, your heart pounds. Mine weighs a ton. Our love has no bounds. Just goes on and on. I was inspired by the great Chinese poet to write it. Be courageous, my honey bun. Your Frankie.
A letter from Brighton to Jenny. Barely literate.
Apparently,
Best winning
Jenny is
woman I
carrying
ever
Brighton's
knew.
child, and it seems that Jenny's father, the director, is unaware
And
of
for
this.
poisoning, but I digress. I found a letter. Service sheet, basement guard, Warden O'Sullivan. Guards room, Kenzie. Coordination, Chief Warden Jean.
Here is the famous guard duty list. Interesting.
Ah, she was hiding it. Alright, I guess I don't confront her with the letter.
Sorry, sirs. I'm on.
We have found Chief Warden James's duty list.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Let's see. O'Sullivan, Hugh takes over from Mackenzie. Take note of the code, please, and unblock the door.
At once, Chief. Ah, Mr. Holmes, could I ask you for a favour?
Please do.
I think I can say on behalf of all the staff that we would be honoured if you would care to write something in our guest book.
With pleasure, O'Sullivan. You seem worn out, O'Sullivan. A good night's sleep would do you good.
Good night's sleep would do me good. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Is something worrying you?
As you know, Westgate Prison will soon be demolished, and I'm spending most of my nights studying for my exam to join the police. You understand, I have to think about my future. So sleep isn't a priority at the moment.
Scotland Yard is always looking for young, competent and motivated men. Would a letter of recommendation from me allow you to get some sleep?
What? A letter from Mr. Sherlock Holmes recommending me for Scotland Yard? Are you quite serious?
Completely serious, my young friend. May I use this writing paper? The one on your desk.
1,000 thanks, Mr. Holmes. 1,000 thanks.
It is addressed to Inspector Baines, a good friend of mine. There's no need to remind you that it must be opened only by the person to whom it is addressed.
Yes, of course. I'll give it to him personally. Thank you again, Mr. Holmes. At your service, Mr. Holmes.
See you soon, Mr. Holmes.
Do I confront her? Probably not. So she basically lost it on purpose. She's not crying anymore.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Wow, she's not crying anymore? I wonder why. Dude's pen.
Warden McKen.
Well, see you. Well,
You have what you wanted. Your precious pen.
you seem annoyed, Mr. Holmes. I would even go so far as to say terribly worried.
Why should you care, Mr. Shielman? Let's talk about that poison.
I am not talking about you in the grip of natural emotions found in ordinary people who are confronted by the inexplicable. But as for Mr. Holmes, you are embarrassed, aren't you? Are you hiding something?
That is enough, Shielman.
You have kept your word. Therefore, I will keep mine. At this moment, the poison which so interests you isn't finished yet. Its maker is encountering great difficulties in attaining the desired results.
What is the end result?
Now, Mr. Holmes, the end result of any science, as Descartes once said, to become the master and owner of nature. Here we are talking about human nature, of course. And the creator's problem isn't so much the mixture as the durability of his creation.
What do you mean?
You see, this poison was made using rare but very volatile short-living compounds, which means that it is only possible to produce small quantities, which most importantly do not keep for a long time. Conceiving such a product in a laboratory especially built for the purpose could be achieved by any good chemist. But recopying this alchemy on another scale and keeping it ready at any moment, observing the particular conservation and storing conditions that a substance of this type requires, well, that would need a genius. I doubt if the creator of this mixture would be capable.
And you would be, of course.
Of course.
Luckily, you are going to spend the rest of your life in prison.
Luck is cyclical. It always comes around again, sooner or later. As far as I am concerned, I have the feeling that the cycle is going to be very short.
Holmes, it sounds to me as though this Shielman is implying that an escape attempt will be made.
Yes, we must go and warn the director.
It is out of the question that your bastard is named Patterson. Very well. You refuse to reveal the father to me? Well, then go and join him. I'm not stopping you.
I can't.
Director, you will have to postpone this small family reunion. We believe that a serious scheme is afoot. We must act without delay.
You're not thinking of...
Yes. Shielman's words leave no room for doubt. It seems that he is planning an escape attempt. We strongly advise you to search his cell.
Do you really believe that he's hiding something? Because I must make an official report and have a legitimate reason for doing a search.
Director, if this prison is still in operation, it is solely because of its reputation. Think of the consequences of an escape. It would be closed at once. And what post do you imagine would be offered to the person deemed responsible?
You're right. No one will escape from Westgate under Patterson. I will order an immediate search of Mr. Shieldman's cell.
Chief Warden James reporting. The search of prisoner Hans Shieldman's cell has been carried out. No suspicious items were found.
Thank you, Chief James. I feel better now. Without wishing to offend you, Mr. Holmes, I am glad that you were mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, we've nothing more to do here. Shall we go, Holmes?
There's just one more thing for me to see, Watson.
What's that?
Mr. Holmes, sorry to interrupt you, but Miss Jenny wishes to see you alone. She's waiting for you in her office.
This, Watson.
How did you know?
Wait for me in the guard's room. I won't be long.
What an extraordinary gentleman that Sherlock Holmes is. You must have had lots of adventures with him.
Oh, yes, dozens.
Thought he was infallible, but there wasn't anything out of the way in the rat killer's cell. Could he have been mistaken?
I must admit...
Warden Brighton, in my office immediately. That's an order.
The director seems furious.
Yes, it must be important for him to order Brighton to leave his post.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Did you hear that?
Yes, that's not normal. I've never heard Flint shout like that.
But why doesn't O'Sullivan sound the alarm?
Follow me, Mackenzie. Let's go and have a look.
I'll come with you.
No, Dr. Watson, you're not allowed in. Wait for me here.
Very well.
Hey, but... the grill is blocked, Chief.
We've been locked in. And that smoke, it's coming from below. O'Sullivan! Can you hear us?
Sully, are you alive? Answer us, Sully.
What's going on? Can I help you?
Sound the alarm in the guard's room. That should unblock the door. Be quick. O'Sullivan might be in danger.
It doesn't work. There is nothing. The door is locked, and I can hear shouting and crying. We're in the middle of some family drama, so there's no chance of them hearing me. There is no... I must sound the alarm. I must sound the alarm. There is nothing in... There is nothing. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Locked.
O'Sullivan, can you hear me? O'Sullivan, answer me.
Yes, I'm here. Quick, get me out of here. The Flints have escaped, and they are fighting like dogs. Help!
It's a catastrophe.
There is nothing interesting here. The door is locked. The door...
Where's the alarm
There is
Well,
nothing.
where's the other alarm?
There is nothing. There is nothing. There is. There is. Locked. There is nothing interesting. There is The guards must spend long. It doesn't.
Doesn't work. Going first person.
Yes, I'm here. Quick, get me out of here.
Locked.
Oh, brother. Where do I go? Down the alarm. That one doesn't work.
I must sound the alarm. There is nothing.
So confused. That sounding alarm in the guards room should unlock the door. Guards.
It doesn't work. There is there is there is there is there is nothing interesting.
Hello.
I must sound the alarm. 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 The door is locked, and I can hear shouting and crying.
Oh no! Guards. My dear. Oh man. In jail. Freak. Alarm I see is in this room.
Hey, what are you waiting for to sound the alarm, Doctor?
It's impossible. It's been damaged. I'll run and warn the director.
No, Doctor. Our priority is to save O'Sullivan. Go ahead through the visitors' corridor and see if he answers your call.
Very well.
Take the keys. They're in our room.
Go, hurry! That's all I had to do. Ooh, this man.
No, I've got nothing to do there. No, I've got nothing to do there. No, I've got... No, I've got nothing to do there.
Did he not just... Oh, visit.
No, I... No, I... No, I... No, I've got nothing to do there. No, I've got... It doesn't work.
Useless. This door is blocked by the timer, but not the one below. Give me the keys, quickly! I've got the keys, Doctor. Thank you.
Follow me, Watson. We must repair the alarm.
Finally. There you are, Holmes.
Follow me, Watson. We must repair the alarm. I'm going to turn on the system. Watson, you make sure of the contact.
I hope that this isn't dangerous.
It works.
Perfect.
It's
Yeah,
open.
good.
Let's go down.
Be careful. From what your colleague said, the flints are out.
We are trained for this sort of situation. And we're armed.
Come and help us, Watson.
Everything is back to normal. Thank you for your help, gentlemen.
It was a pleasure.
But where is O'Sullivan?
He's no longer here. He must have gone out through the visitors' entry.
Yes, and he must be pleased to have gotten out of the basement.
Good. We must now check all the cells. It's the procedure in case of an alarm.
We'll come and help you.
You are evidently fond of wasting time, my dear fellow. Rejoin me at the reception when you've finished.
The grate is open. This is alarming. He's fine where he is, under the cover, still.
How can he sleep with all this noise?
I'll admit it's not normal. Perhaps the smoke has poisoned him. I had better take a look.
Be careful, Doctor. He is dangerous.
O'Sullivan!
It's impossible. He was with us only a few moments ago. Or else...
Or else it wasn't O'Sullivan.
My God, he's escaped. The rat killer has escaped.
Rip.
Ah, Holmes, there you are. Hans has escaped. I fear that this inquiry is a bitter defeat for us.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Quite the contrary. Follow me.
Why the devil have you brought me behind the prison?
We have an appointment, Watson. Look who is waiting for us.
Shielman! I'll go back and alert the guards.
Calm down. He's harmless.
But what is he doing here? Why hasn't he run away?
Because I asked him not to.
Are you telling me that you helped him to escape?
Quite so, as he wouldn't have been able to do so alone.
But how? And why? He's a dangerous madman. Holmes, you've made me an accomplice in this escape. You owe me some explanation.
And you will have them. But my priority for the moment is to remove our new friend to a safe place. I won't be long, but I must go alone. I'll rejoin you later. Just give me your next destination.
Very well. I suppose you know what you're doing.
How could you doubt it? Here, take the notes. They will help you when you write up the account of our visit to Westgate. So, where do I find you?
I thought of going to Kensington to find the bishop's nephew.
Very well. Wait for me there.
Holmes' notes regarding to the lie that he helped Hans Spielman to escape from the prison are so extraordinary that I feel it would be better to describe word for word the conversation that we had afterwards regarding this matter. I felt the impatience in my friend's look. However, he delayed explaining to me the details of his incredible achievement. He began by telling me about Hans' fountain pen. This is what he said. The key to the escape was actually Hans Schielman's fountain pen. I discovered a note inside Schielman's locker. Quoted you from memory, however, smart enough to open this case should know that a couple of drops of my masterpiece are mixed together with the ink inside the pen's reservoir. If you are reading this note, it means that I am in a tight spot, so I understand my special ink will temporarily destroy the will of everyone it touches. Therefore, you have a few precious seconds which you can shape the subject's will. If you recognize my genius, use this knowledge to get me out of the embarrassing situation that I am undoubtedly in. Steelman had left this instant for his future escape inside a case secured by a devious combination. That way he could ensure that none of the prison staff would find it other than a well-informed friend. Understanding this, I decided to play along with it, but with a double game of my own. I would help him to escape, but I would also keep him under control by using his own creation. I allowed Spielman to commence the game by giving him a pen. Then I started to advance my pawns. My first move was to persuade the director that it was necessary to search the cell. I therefore passed the ball into Cummings' court by giving him the opportunity with Warren James. He did not waste it. He coated the bars of his cell with a poison whose hands were contaminated under his control for a few seconds. Discreetly and quite simply ordered James. The ball was then back in my court, and I had to find a way to realizing Warden Sullivan, who was to be the basement guard, discovered when Patterson that the young warden helped me by asking me to sign the prison absorbing tale. I went over the chronology of the event in my mind. I remarked that Holmes had already signed the visitor's book for giving Gilman his pen, but in the most great tone. Exactly, I appreciate it, and it was because of that I managed to get a step ahead in my game with Solomon. I was leading the race, and all the while he believed it to be the other way around. Solomon did not suspect that I had already used his poison, and thought that Sullivan's being asleep was a godsend. He therefore was not suspicious about the letter of reference that found the warden's pocket. Holmes then returned to the point at which he had broken from his tale to point out to me the lack of pertinence to my remark. So pretty much Holmes thought of a devious plan all along. Not devious, but a well thought out plan. But do not put the cart before the horse, Watson. Do let me continue. So, by merely touching the fresh ink upon the page in the visitor's book, Sullivan was under my control. I suggested a state of events, drownness, but ordered him not to do anything immediately, just sufficient for him to be unable to resist a siesta during his guard duty. Later, after the changing of the guard, Solomon used the keys to let himself out of his cell. He hit the sleeping Sullivan over the head and exchanged his prison uniform for the warden's. Then he created a smoke screen by using the ingredients that I had given to him. Sugar from Miss Patterson's tea tray. Brighton's bicarbonate of soda. Potassium nitrate from the guard's room. And sulfur from a few matches. He used the keys again to free the Flint brothers. The two ruffians leapt at each other's throats and made the very dickens of a noise. He had a diversion. He needed to leave the high security area. And that is the moment where you enter the game, Watson, thinking that you were helping O'Sullivan. You allowed Hans Tillman to open the corridor and access bars by throwing him the keys. On my side, I opened the second lock by turning the alarm on again. In light of Holmes' explanation, I began to see my actions during this episode from quite another angle. I was troubled by the way that he had used me without my having any idea at the time of the duplicity of my actions. I interrupted his monologue to refer to the guards who had not realized what was happening and who were occupied with restraining the Flint brothers. Holmes continued, exactly, so there was not only one obstacle in front of Shellman, Warden Brighton on the reception desk at the front of the building. And I interrupted him again, but it was the director who summoned him so insistently, Holmes. You won't have me believe that he was an accomplice in this escape. Of course not. I provoked the director's rage towards Brighton. And too impassioned, I could not stop myself from asking how I discovered that Jenny Patterson and Brighton were lovers. I also knew that the director did not have any idea about their affair and that he would surely fall into a foul rage if he found out. I asked him if that was also the reason why Miss Patterson had been summoned. Yes, she knew that I had opened her locket to find the guard duty list. And so she knew that I was aware of her affair with Brighton. She wanted to make sure that I would not say anything. I pointed out that it had been rather unfeeling on his part to have told the director everything, reminding him of his promise to the young woman. He denied it in a somewhat hypocritical manner. I did not say anything. I simply left the lovers' letters inside the urgent correspondence box in the security office, knowing that they would be delivered to him a few minutes later, thereby provoking his anger. The director shouted at Brighton, who rushed off to the security office. Solomon now had nothing to stand between him and the front door. Another question leapt into my mind, and not the least important one. Why did he not simply run away once he was outside? Why did he wait? I was not disappointed by my friend's answer. It is evident, my dear Watson, if he did not run away, then it was only thanks to that. that aforementioned step ahead of which I told you. It gave me enough time to write the letter of recommendation for O'Sullivan with the poison pen. It wasn't in the pocket of the uniform, and Sullivan could not resist reading it when he found it. But what was written in that letter? Not very much, just congratulations on your escape. Wait for me here. I gaped at him, and that is how the first and only escape from the most inevitable prison in the kingdom came to pass. A scenario which, without a doubt, will prove to be the focus of police colleague studies for a long time to come as one of the most extraordinary escapes in the history of modern prison. Very devious,
We have arrived.
The
very
bishop's nephew
devious
lives here.
Yes, he runs a ground floor
from
room.
Sherlock Holmes. Very devious indeed.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Can I help you, gentlemen?
How do you do, madam? We should like to see one of your lodgers, Henry Hampford.
Well, he's away. And you must understand, I don't open my door to strangers, especially with all these prowlers about.
That is the reason for our visit.
You're the police.
No, Henry is a friend of ours.
Guess
He
after
expressed his
this,
concern to
I'll,
us about these intruders. We're here at his request.
I'm not surprised. Mr. Henry, while he might seem strange at first, is a thoughtful and kind man. He must have noticed how worried I've been. Why, just this morning some of my washing was stolen, and I'm sure it was those ones who took it.
It seems like the best place to start our investigation.
Also, tomorrow night, don't forget to reset your clocks forward now.
I don't see anything wrong with your looking over the garden, but his room... You understand, he didn't warn me.
I understand.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Let's have a look in the garden.
Garden.
Without a doubt, it is the linen belonging to Henry's landlady. Indeed, there appears to be some linen missing. A rake. Why take it, Holmes?
It's mine now.
Tins of food tied to one another. The wire seems long enough. They look to me as though they're rudimentary traps used to indicate the presence of intruders.
Oh, what a jumble.
There should be a spade here. A small pickaxe. There should be a spade here. Closed. There is something interesting here. I need... No, I can't do that. No, I can't. Good, we can pass. This newspaper is 4 days old. The bishop's nephew was being watched long before his uncle's murder.
Estimate that nearly half the population of London is threatened by a serious food crisis. At present, the most deprived areas are in a critical situation. The shortage that rages throughout these areas of the capital risks turning into famine if the public authorities do react.
The remains of a small meal. Someone has stayed here rather a long time. It is just as I thought. Here's an ideal view of Henry's room. Nothing of interest here. To let.
This window overlooks the room belonging to the nephew of the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
No, it is unnecessary. Closed.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Nothing of interest here. There should be a spade. There should be a spade.
Without a doubt, it is the linen belonging to Henry's landlady.
Nothing of interest here. No, it is Closed. 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 Nothing of interest. To let. To let. No. Closed. There should be a spade here.
What should we do next, Holmes?
There should be a spade here.
What do you think? Without a doubt. What do you think, Holmes?
The remains of a small meal. Someone has stayed here rather a long time. Nothing of interest.
What should we do?
Nothing of interest. It is just as I thought. Here's an ideal view of Henry's room. Closed. Tins of food. Tins of food tied to one another. Tins of food.
This window overlooks the room belonging to the nephew of the Bishop of Knightsbridge.
Closed. There should be a spade here.
What do I use a spade for again? Oh man.
Without a doubt, it is the linen belonging to Henry's landlady. Without a...
Closed. Nothing of interest. The wire seems long enough. The wire. Tins of food. Tins of...
Won't be able to figure this out. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, what do I do? Investigate everything. I think I got everything. What do?
Nothing of interest here. No.
No. Gotta be some. Gotta be some. What hitting my epic. I don't. I could have come back there the whole. I can run in first person. Welcome back, sir. Thanks, sir. Still can't find what I'm trying to find, sir. Too late. You know. Oh, brother.
Nothing of interest here.
Jesus. Sorry, I don't hear from Nerd Street. On street, dang. Oh, and gonna pop it out. Sheesh. Judd. Good news. Welcome back, Judd. Giving it a good time. This is about to end in like 10 minutes. I'm stuck. So far, I'm stuck. Not sure what I'm supposed to do. Watson's not saying anything.
What do you think, Holmes?
That's it.
The remains of a small meal. Someone has stayed here rather a long time.
Anything else?
To let.
Switched out? What am I supposed to do? Well, what else am I supposed to do? Oh, that's dumb. Open the shed at the pickaxe, or the rake.
This clothing is torn.
Now I
The
know
man
what
who
to do.
stole it must have caught it on a tree when he stood upon the fence.
And at the moment when he jumped, he left this jacket in the tree.
Guarding gumshoe. Is that it? Is that it?
Is this the washing you were looking for?
Oh, yes, that's it. Where did you find it?
On the ground, doubtless blown there by the wind.
He didn't steal it, then. I'd have felt better knowing that those lurkers were nothing more than clothes thieves.
That is not the case, madam. This affair seems to be rather more serious than that. It appears that these intruders were spying on Henry. Now, please, let
I
us
guess
see
after
it.
this encounter, I will end
Gracious me,
stream.
whatever next. Come in. Take the first door on the left. It's open. He never locks it.
Never?
No, never. Well, you know him. He doesn't do things like everyone else. He lives in a world of his own.
When did you see him last? Did he say anything to you?
Yesterday morning, he just muttered a few words. I can't always understand what he's saying. When he does talk, that is. I can ask him a question, but he just stares off somewhere. The floor, the ceiling, as if I wasn't there. At first I found it strange, but I've gotten used to it.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. He's sometimes nervous too, isn't he?
Oh yes, as soon as anything upsets him. Even when he's alone in his room, he gets cross. And then the next second he is standing stock still. He stares off into space and calms down again as fast as he became angry.
Alright, I'm gonna end it all there. Oh, Eastern. Thank you, sir. Carl's still streaming. He's streaming basketball. Read this nerd. Alright, you take it easy, side nerd. You take it easy, El Poop nerd. And Nightbot's taking a sleep. Night tomorrow night? What time? Five or six. Guess that's be my time. About like 2 o'clock for you. Or 3 for you. Alright. Sounds good. Just let me know what movie you're hosting. Alright, no problem. I probably won't get it by the time you get up. Okay, when you get up and send it, because I'll be at work. I'm probably heading home by the time you get up, maybe. Good night out there. Thank you guys for 4 likes on the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out with it. No, they'll be tomorrow afternoon. I go at 7. Thanks. Alright, let's go say hi to Cole. Yeah, going at 7. I leave at 12. I'll be home around like 12:30. Roughly. That's if I don't That's if I don't go to the store. I won't be home until about like but yeah, we can do 5 or 6, whatever works for you. You guys take it easy. See you guys tomorrow. Whatever we're watching in the Discord. See you guys. Peace. Got you, sir. Alright. Go say hi to this nerd. Here's the link. Why Nightbot didn't say anything. Bot isn't working. I got you. I'm the bot. An 8. Yeah, I don't know why Nightbot's not working. Probably gonna have to go fix Nightbot if it doesn't work next time. I think it will. You guys. Peace. I'll fix Nightbot tomorrow if Nightbot doesn't work. Well, not tomorrow. It'll be Monday.